Good evening, everybody on YouTube. And let me start the Twitch stream here. Okay, good evening, Twitch as well. Okay, this is good. System is working. Okay. Let me sort out my chats over here. Pop out the chat. Okay, we got YouTube here. Let me try to fetch my twitch.tv chat. Welcome in, Iceblade. Welcome in. Twitch chat. How do I get turbo for 50%? What is turbo on Twitch? Whatever. How do I pop out the... Oh, there it is. Pop out the chat on Twitch as well. What the hell is turbo? Okay. Okay, why did this stop? Oh, it didn't stop. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, so before we begin, and while the company is getting together, we are going to switch to this screen. And let me see if I can make this a little bit more readable. Grabbing the drink. Yeah. Okay. Let me see mailing lists on Debian. I have a certain need to do every couple of months. Where are the mailing lists? How to lists. Is that the lists of lists? It's not. I'm gonna say something to people who keep complaining that Debian webpage looks ugly. To me, it doesn't look ugly. It just I can't find my way around it. I'm just stupid for this. There is a lot of content on this webpage, so okay. I just want to find the list of mailing lists. Mailing lists. What is this? Lists. Okay, we are getting somewhere. Complete index. Yep, that's what I was looking for. Okay. Do we have NVIDIA mailing list? We don't have something like that. Okay, so which mailing list would contain something that GPU driver maintainers would read? Debian users. Toolchain, upstream, snapshots, security, Rust. They have a Rust mailing list and they don't have NVIDIA mailing list. Debian Open Office. Debian Mirrors. Debian LTS. Okay, a lot of languages here. Debian kernel. Could NVIDIA be in Debian kernel mailing list? Let's check it out. May. AMD Linux signed. Whoop. Nuvo driver caused graphical session to become unresponsive. Okay, so there is something related to NVIDIA here. Search for NVIDIA. Oh shit. What is this? Is this not sorted by date? Oh, date. Okay. System suspend. Blah, 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 blah. NVIDIA graphics drivers. Okay, I'm not sure. Let's see if we can just select all of the lists and type NVIDIA. Let's see the syntax help. What are you looking for? I'm trying to find in Debian mailing lists. So these are all of the Debian mailing lists that you can see. I'm trying to find which exactly mailing list is relevant for NVIDIA drivers package maintainers. You know, a mailing list where you would come to and ask something like, what is the state of drivers for NVIDIA or something like that. A mailing list where it could be relevant for NVIDIA driver maintainers on Debian to be, I don't know, spending their time in or something like that. Search how to query. The search accept multiple words, phrases, prefix with plus must occur in results. Okay, I'm gonna use that. Aren't drivers inside kernel? Nope. I mean, for AMD and Intel, pretty much yes, but for NVIDIA, no. Yes and no. So I was thinking about the kernel mailing list, but I'm not sure. Maybe there is a better one for NVIDIA drivers. I don't know. Search. What is it doing right now? 83,000 matches. Oh, like a kernel module for. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to see the logic of how Debian thinks where is the best place for NVIDIA drivers in which mailing list, right? See, the word NVIDIA is showing up in the mailing list Debian kernel, Debian AMD 64, which is not related to AMD drivers. This is just a platform, right? The 64-bit CPUs. Debian kernel, Debian kernel, Debian kernel, Debian kernel, Debian AMD 64, Debian release. Oh, that didn't work out. I was expect. Oh, I think I made a non-free is probably not considered part of Debian. Welcome in, Alexei. I don't know at which moment did you come in, but I'm trying to figure out, is there a Debian mailing list which would be a good place for me to ask my question for the fourth time about helping push NVIDIA drivers? Where would... I think we can all agree that the state of NVIDIA drivers in Debian is somewhat weird. Go to tracker. NVIDIA graphics drivers. Is that the name? What I'm trying to say is, if NVIDIA package maintainers, let's say that they don't care. We don't know what's going on, but from the outside, it looks like they just don't give a fuck. That's how I see it. I mean, they never give any reasoning for why is version 550. Top left maintainer. If they have a mailing list, then maybe... Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Debian NVIDIA maintainers. Package NVIDIA devel. There is also archive here. Uploaders Andreas Beckman. Archive. Yeah, I clicked on archive. It's loaded in the other tab. I'm just trying to see. There's actually quite a lot to learn here, and I perfectly understand why they wouldn't want someone from the outside to even offer them a helping hand. But the thing is, I want to learn how to do it. Here's your mail address at the top. Yeah, I have seen that even on the previous page. May, view by thread, subject, author, date. How comes we are still at driver version 550 without the reply to this question? Everybody on this list does a great job, but I wonder why are we still stuck to NVIDIA drivers package 550? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, that's quite a legit question. What was the name of the maintainer guy? Andreas something, was it? Andreas Beckman. Okay. Let's see if this guy replies to anyone. Peter, welcome into the live stream. 595 works very well for me on Debian stable. Well, that would be nice if that driver existed in the Debian itself. You know, I also use 595 from NVIDIA repository. It's perfectly fine. My goal is to get Debian. Actually, this is what I want. I want the next Debian stable forky to come out with some kind of long-term support drivers, which are relevant at least on the day of forky release, which wasn't the case for Trixie. Trixie was released with a version of driver that was not supported from NVIDIA on day 0 of Debian releases. So that was a bit odd, to say the least. I want Forky to have somewhat good driver on release date, and I want SID and testing to get regular updates to maybe not all of the drivers, but at least the ones that are supported, like production ones. So these should be in SID and testing, and also these should be backported to stable. That's what I want to accomplish. If I need to do this myself, I am willing to learn. I want to do it. I am going to offer my help. I have already tried to offer my help, but apparently writing emails to maintainers and getting ignored is not the right path. So this time I want to write to a public mailing list, and maybe someone will notice. It doesn't have to be the maintainer. I'm all I want to do is offer some help. That's pretty much everything, you know. Sorry, I got distracted for what I was doing here. I was trying to read some of these topics. NVIDIA CUDA graphics driver Tesla migrated to testing. Okay. NVIDIA CUDA samples. Is this who wrote the email? Debian testing watch. Okay. March. Sebastian. Debian testing auto remove watch. I'm trying to see if the Andreas guy has wrote anything to this mailing list. Like anything at all. Andreas Beckman, there we go. 4 months ago. No, January. NVIDIA texture tools. Please update. I notice, however, that in Ubuntu it fails to build due to, I suspect this is due to Ubuntu building the blah 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 blah. I have now marked the symbols disappearing with LTO as optional, so both optimize plus LTO and optimize dash LTO should work. Okay. Okay, let me see. How do I subscribe to this one? The list package NVIDIA Devil. Why is this not here? Laika, Tuti. As Alexei said, not a part of Debian, so whatever. Introduction to Debian mailing list. I forgot what's the command for subscribe. Kako biste se pretplatili ili otkazali pretplatu na neku mailing listu, molim pošaljite email na name of the list -request at lists.debian.org. So just the -request. Okay. Where's my email program? This is not a mail to link. Okay, doesn't matter. -request. I suppose it works like this. Okay, while this is happening, let's write another one. Did I do the right thing for removing the word Elliot, or should I left it? Let me just check. I don't know any of these mails. Next message. I forgot which button do I press here to like reply to this thread. Date thread subject author. Wasn't there a button to click and to reply to this particular email? I'm pretty sure it was. Like if I go to somewhere here. Okay, this is a long email. Yeah, so on normal Debian mailing lists, you have a reply to, and when you press Debian kernel, like here, allow, and it forms a mail that will reply exactly to this thread. Okay, I don't want to reply to this one. Go to archive, there should be instructions somewhere. This is the archive. I just clicked on the archive and it got me this. This is the NVIDIA mailing list, which I tried to subscribe. You can get more information. Yeah, okay, sorry. A mailing list for coordinating packaging of NVIDIA software packages. To see the collection of prior postings, okay. Using package NVIDIA to post a message to all of the list members, send email. You can subscribe to the list or change your existing in the sections below. Okay. You may enter A privacy password below this provides only mild security but should prevent others from messing with your subscription. Do not use a valuable password. Would you like to receive list mail batched in daily digest? Okay. So some kind of a password goes here. Well, obviously I will not type that one that is here. Let me do this off screen for a moment. Tommy Viper, welcome in. Give me just a second to subscribe to a Debian mailing list here. Re-enter your password. Okay, I am not a robot. Crosswalks. Pick all of the images with crosswalks. Verify. Save. Subscribe. Your subscription request has been received and it will be acted upon. Depending on the configuration of this mailing list, your subscription request may have to be first confirmed by email. All right. Okay. Your confirmation is required. Okay, good. Something is going on. You have received blah, blah, blah. Simply reply to this message, keeping the blah, blah, blah. Okay, reply, send. Okay, to post a message, click here. NVIDIA drivers version. What is a good subject that will tell everyone that I want to offer some help? And not that I'm inquiring about the version of the drivers. Dear NVIDIA drivers package maintainers and Debian NVIDIA GPU users. Do we need to do this now? I guess not. Okay. Okay. I figured it would be a good idea to do that. What was the IP? Okay. Bash history. 232. Okay. There we go. Driver assistance, Iceblade says. Okay. Iceblade says, I sent their local network search to see connected ones with name. Huh? I sent there a local network search to see connected ones with name. I have no clue what this sentence means. You sent what? Okay, second lesson. Iceblade mark the time, which is now 31 minutes and 45 seconds. 31:45. Okay. Introduction. Think of a variable as an imaginary box in which a temporary place of piece of information, the same as with its initialization script. Bash classifies variables as either shell local, those which live only within the limits of the shell in which they were created, or environment global. These are inherited by children shells and or processes. In fact, in the previous lesson, we had a look at shells and their configuration or initialization scripts. It is now convenient to point out that the power of these startup files lies in the fact that they allow us to use variables. Okay, I just wanted to stretch it. Allow us to use the variables, as well as aliases and functions, which help us create and customize the shell environment of our choice. Variables, assignment and reference. A variable can be defined as a name containing a value. In Bash, giving a value to a name is called variable assignment, and it is the way in which we create a set of variables. On the other hand, the process of accessing the value contained in the name is called variable referencing. The syntax for assigning variables is very simple. Variable name equals some kind of a value that we are putting in there. For example, distro equals Zorin OS. The variable distro equals Zorin OS. That is to say, there is a portion of memory holding the value Zorin OS, with distro being the pointer to this value. Note, however, that there cannot be any space on either side of the equal sign when assigning a variable. This would not work, and this would not work. Because of our mistake, Bash read distro and Zorin OS as commands. To reference a variable, that is to check its value, we use the echo command preceding the variable name with a $sign. So just to, how do I make this better for the stream? Camera. Would this work? Does this make any sense? Anyways, distro equals Zorin OS. Okay, and then we have echo distro. So, and that's the thing so far. When choosing the name of variables, there are certain rules that we must take into consideration. The name of a variable may contain letters in small or capital caps, numbers 0 to 9, and underscores. So all caps or distro underscore 1 and stuff like that. La la la. It may not start with a number, or bash will get confused. It may not contain spaces, not even using quotes. By convention, underscores are used instead. Okay, so that's worth remembering, that you cannot use quotes for a variable. I mean, you could, but you cannot use space. Concerning the reference of value of variables is also important to consider a number of rules. Variables may contain any alphanumerical characters as well as most other characters. Okay, so you can put pretty much all sorts of shit into the contents of the variable. Variable values must be enclosed in quotes if they contain single spaces. Okay, so that's pretty logical in most cases. Good. Variable values also must be enclosed in quotes if they contain such characters as those used in redirection. Okay, so less than, more than, pipe symbol. The only thing the following command does is create an empty file named Zorin. This works though when we use the quotes. Okay, so you can actually give the contents of the variable with that sign called greater than. I keep forgetting. English is hard. However, single and double quotes are not always interchangeable. Depending on what we are doing with a variable, assigning or referencing, the use of one or the other has implications and will yield different results. In the context of variable assignment, single quotes take all the characters of the variable value literally, whereas double quotes allow for variable substitution. Okay, this part I didn't really know. Let's see how this works. Lizard is uromastix. Animal equals my lizard. How does this work? In the context of variable assignment, single quotes take all the characters of the variable value literally. So this should be literally, no? My, yeah, okay, so this is literally. Whereas double quotes allow for variable substitution. My lizard. Oh, okay. Okay, this is new to me. Literally a string. Yes, but the substitution, the thing is, I have always used double quotes and single quotes in ways where I would need, I don't know, if I would need something in quotes and something inside these quotes should be quoted for another purpose, then I would change the type of quotes. I don't know, the double quotes outside, the single quotes inside. I cannot really remember an example, but I just didn't know that this works in this way. You prefer a double quote? There is nothing to prefer, obviously. Apparently, if the way that this works in Bash is this way or that way, then really there is nothing to prefer. You have to do it the way it was designed to be done. What I'm saying is, if you don't want substitution, then you will have to use single quotes, right? You cannot prefer this one. On the other hand, when referencing a variable whose value includes some initial or extra spaces, sometimes combined with an asterisk, it is mandatory that we use double quotes after the echo command to avoid fields splitting and path name expansion. So what happened here? That's not what we wanted. My paste sucks. Okay. And echo lizard. Okay, so spaces are gone, all except for one. Now that's a little bit interesting. Why is this so? Why does this work like this? If I have put a lot of spaces in the variable contents and then I echo just the variable, then spaces are gone. But if I put the variable name with the $sign under quotes, then my spaces are back. Okay, that's a bit interesting. I don't remember ever having an example like that. If the reference of the variable contains a closing exclamation mark, this must be the last character in the string, as otherwise Bash will think we are referring to a history event. I guess echo don't strip white space, but variable does to some degree. Distro equals zorin dot question slash exclamation mark OS. OS not found. And if the exclamation mark is in the end, then it's fine. I'm not sure if I would even bother with this, but I suppose it's important to understand what is going on. When I say I wouldn't bother, I mean I would just put quotes on this and on this and just be done with it. Tommy says maybe the quotes makes it echo the way it was originally put in the... yes, I was just wondering why. Why does it work that way? Okay, one more time. If the reference of the variable contains a closing exclamation mark, this must be the last character in the string, or otherwise Bash will think we are referring to a history event. This just this just amplifies the need for quotes, basically, unless you really know what you're doing. Those spaces are eaten by a shell. Variable is substituted before echo runs, and then you get echo lots of spaces word. Those spaces are eaten by a shell. Let's try that. Yep. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Alexei, for the explanation. This makes sense. This makes sense now. The moment, I mean the timing when this substitution happened, before the echo. Okay. Iceblade is asking for the next exercise here. So something with an exclamation mark is an history event, but exclamation mark in the end is end of line mark. No, it's not exactly the end of line marker. It's just that exclamation mark on its own apparently doesn't do much, or if anything. So it just gets glued to the contents of the variable. I'm still wondering, why do we even want to why do we even want to I need a proper word in English. Gamble? Why do we want to gamble? That's not what I wanted to say, but it's closest to what I want to say. Why do we want to gamble with what works and what doesn't if we can just use quotes? Alexei says, if I recall correctly, history expansion is on only in interactive mode and you're fine in scripts. Like message equals hello world. Maybe, but I would still use quotes just to be safe. There may be an example why we want to avoid quotes, or whatever. Any backslashes must be escaped with another backslash. Also, if a backslash is the last character in the string and we do not escape it, bash will interpret we want a line break and give us a new line. Fair enough. Okay, so all of you have used a backslash in bash for probably a gazillion times, and you know that it takes you to a new line. A lot of examples on the internet will give you like an example command that does something structured in multiple lines, but it's just one line. But it would be too long for human to visually visualize it, right? So most of the examples are in multiple lines with a backslash, right? So if you really want a backslash wherever in bash, backslash is a character, right? You have to so-called escape it with another backslash. I mean, this works, as far as I know, this escaping works with other types of characters, right? So, for example, it says, let's try this, right? So it says exclamation mark OS event not found, right? But if I would escape the exclamation mark with a backslash, if I'm not mistaken, this should work now for all of the characters except this one backslash, which is here only to put the exclamation mark inside our variable, right? So if I press enter, this is fine. And now we do echo $, distro, and see that it worked as I expected, right? We got the entire thing into the variable by using the escape character. This is very useful in all kinds of places in your bash scripting, where you only need to deal with one special character that needs to enter the contents of the variable without this special character doing its thing, right? Executing something or behaving in a certain way as it was designed to behave. So that will work for you, except for using the quotes, right? So if you only have one strange character, you can just force it in with the backslash. Iceblade says, yeah, gotta remember the single versus double quotes in this. I guess it's a matter of practice, right? So single quotes are stronger than double quotes. Maybe that's counterintuitive, but that's how it is. In the next two sections, we will sum up the main differences between local and environment variables. Okay, local or shell variables. Local or shell variables exist only in the shell in which they are created. By convention, local variables are written in lowercase letters. Iceblade says single quotes, pure string, double quotes, string with functions and variables. If that makes it easier for you, go for it. I just told myself that single quotes are stronger, and that's all I need. I mean, without practice, it's difficult to remember a lot of definitions. But with practice, it doesn't really matter because it just enters your muscle memory. For the sake of carrying out a few tests, let us create a local variable. As explained above, we choose an appropriate variable name and equate it to an appropriate value. For instance, reptile is tortoise. And how did I do that? Let us now use the echo command to reference our variable. Why do I have itchy nose on stream every time? Maybe it's this sponge or something. I never have itchy nose until I'm not talking. Let's see if I can do better without the sponge. It's just a sponge. Let us now use the echo command to reference our variable and check that everything went as expected. Echo reptile, good. In certain scenarios, such as when writing scripts, immutability can be an interesting feature of variables. If we don't want our variables to be immutable, we can either create them read-only or turn them. So after they have been created, okay, let's try this. Read-only reptile equals tortoise. Okay, it's read-only, you cannot change it. Now, if we try to change the value of reptile, bash will refuse. Huh? Something is wrong with the order of things. We did read only reptile equals tortoise. Oh, or turn them. Okay, so they are already turned here. Okay, good. I haven't seen the or. A useful command when dealing with local variables is set. Set outputs all of the currently assigned shell variables and functions. Works for, yeah, it works for me as well. I just didn't see where it said or. Since that can be a lot of lines, try for yourself. It is recommended to use it in combination with a pager such as less, okay? So that you can actually read all of them. Is our reptile variable there? Yes, there is. However, a reptile being a local variable will not be inherited by any child process spawned from the current shell. So if we spawn another bash child, bash, okay, so we are in a child process now. We can do set pipe grep reptile. There are no reptiles in this shell. And of course, we cannot echo out its value either because it's empty, no such thing. To unset any variables, either local or global, we use the unset command. Okay, so we we need to exit first. They didn't say that the exiting is required. We can unset because we cannot do that because it's read only. But how do they want us to do that then if it's read only? What was the command? Read only. Read only, mark each name is read only, blah blah blah, refer to indexed array, refer to associate, refer to shell function, display a list of read only variables and functions. Read only dash p. How do I delete the variable? That's a read only. Did I forget to include how to undo read? Maybe they want us to stay in the child process. This should work. Sudo reboot. Yeah. I mean, we could have stayed in the child bash process. Something is not quite right in the flow of this document. They say go to bash, find reptile variables, and imagine that and see that there aren't any. And then they want us to echo once again, which we just did, but here apparently it's shown again. So what is missing between here and here? Something is missing here. What is the writer of this document trying to tell us? Do they want us to stay in the shell, the child shell, or not? I don't care. Let's exit once again and find out how How to unset reptile. Some variables cannot be unset. Why is there no manual for unset? I'm just wondering. What if unsetting is mutating and this var is immutable? I just want to see something. Ah, okay. This is just a bash. This is just a shell function. That's why there's no manual. If it's immutable, then when does it go away? Can we not unmute it somehow? I suppose it will stay for now. Global or environment variables. Global or environment variables exist for the current shell as well as for all subsequent processes spawned from it. By convention, environment variables are written in uppercase letters. We can recursively pass the value of these variables to other variables, and the value of the letter will ultimately expand to that of the former. My shell equals shell, and of course it will say bin bash. That is fine. Your shell equals my shell, and echo your shell, so that's also bin bash, and our shell is the same as your shell, and of course echo our shell is equals bash again. That's actually quite fun. In order for a local shell variable to become an environment variable, the export command must be used. Export reptile. Okay, now it's global. With export reptile, we have turned our local variable into an environment variable so that child shells can recognize it and use it. Let's go to bash once again. As a child process, echo $reptile, and it works. Likewise, export can be used to set and export a variable all at once. Export amphibian equals frog. Now we can open a new instance of bash and successfully reference the new variable. Another bash. Echo amphibian. With export -n variable name, the variable will be turned back into a local shell variable. Okay, Jimmy, give me just a second. I need to lubricate the throat once again. It is what it is. only wish that when you typed bash in console is that the prompt on left would change, so you know if you are inside one or not. Maybe there is a way to do that. Like if you do that often, so that it shows how many levels deep you are. But generally, I'm not sure if I really care in my day-to-day work whether, I mean, how many times do I actually enter child bash processes? I'm not sure. I don't have the. I do have the need to do that, but it's very rare. So usually it comes down to which machine am I on at the moment, because I have like, I don't know, at least 10 machines to which I connect all of the time, and I kind of get lost whether I am on this machine, on that machine, whether I'm root or not root, and I really should make my prompt a little bit better, I started fooling around with that, so as you can see, this is this is the current prompt that I have on my computer. This is not my computer. This is the virtual machine just for LPIC demo. That's the default bash prompt, but on my own machine, I just have this. So for example, if I go to programming, it looks like this. Also, if I switch to, why didn't, okay, sorry, sudo. Okay, the red says that the last command I executed did not exit with 0. It failed, basically. So that's also convenient. If I become root here, now I no longer have the custom prompt, but it falls back to default one. And that's intentional because generally I try not to do too many things as root like this, although I do that sometimes, and I want the prompt to look plain and boring so that I exit from this as soon as possible and go back to this. But you can fool around with your prompt as much as you like. Export -n to return the global variable back to the local one. The export command will also give us, how loud am I? Oh, it looks fine. The export command will also give us a list of all existing environment variables when typed on its own or with the -p option. So one was set, another one was export. Iceblade, please ask your question tiny bit better. I always need to decode what are you asking because it's not always obvious. You're asking, but export went down the chain, but does it do upstream? Are you asking if export can show like a local variable from the parent shell process or something along those lines? The answer would be no. If that's what you're asking. The command declare if I make a variable in child, then exit. If you make a local variable in child and then exit, then the variable is gone. It's dead. Doesn't exist. But if you export it as a global variable, there is a way to use it in a parent shell. I don't think it will work on its own. Let me try to remember how that works. We go one level deeper, and then we do the let's do the I don't know, declare -x is blade equals dude. Okay, so if we go, this is not what you asked, but let's just do this for the sake of demonstration. Let's go one level deeper as well. So echo dollar ice blade. Okay, so that works as expected. Okay, and now we go back where we actually declared this variable as a global one. Dollar ice blade, this works. Let's go one more level up, and in theory we are now one level above the shell where we actually created this global variable, right? So echo dollar ice blade, this doesn't work, but I'm pretty sure that the variable is global still. You just need to refresh the shell, and the command for refreshing is, I'm trying to remember, it's actually a very short command. We did this last year. Oh, level 3. What was the command to refresh the variables without looking into the solution? Nah, that's not it. Action, file. I don't think what you're saying is a thing. Rehash. Yeah, I meant rehash. That's why I typed RE and pressed tab. Yeah, I meant rehash. So rehash is not a thing in bash. That's for available commands, but not for variables. Okay, so scratch that. If that isn't a thing, then scratch it. What about actually doing what Iceblade is asking? Can we do? Can we recall the global variables in the parent shell after the child shell has declared something as a global variable? Now we are now back into the parent shell. How do we get a hold? How do we get a hold of what global variables? Maybe if I type global. Yeah. Global scope. The G forces variable to be created. Okay. You must have missed a question. Iceblade asked if we are in a bash level 0 and then we go to the child process bash and then we declare a global variable and then we exit from that bash child process, but the global variable must have stayed, right? So how do we use it in the parent shell after we exit the child process? Oh, it cannot go backwards. Okay. Okay, that answers the question then. Iceblade, that's it. Apparently no. Two more commands that can be used to print a list of all environment variables are env and printenv. So let's do the env. Printenv. Okay. On top of being a synonym for env, we can sometimes use printenv in a similar way as we use the echo command to check for the value of a variable. Okay. What did we just do? We have a variable for the working directory. We can, I mean, you can always type print working directory, but you can also echo the content of the environment variable called pwd, and I guess you can also print env for that variable, but that should also work on print env. Oh, we no longer have the Iceblade. Sorry. Sorry. I wanted to print env Iceblade. We don't have that anymore. Note, however, that with printenv, the variable name is not preceded by the $sign. Print working directory stores the path of the present working directory. We will learn about this and other common environment variables later. Running a program in a modified environment. Okay, this should be fun. Env can be used to modify the shell environment at a program's time of execution. So when the program starts, to start a new bash session with as empty an environment as possible, clearing most variables as well as functions and aliases, we will use env with the -I option. So let's go to a child process, env -I. Oh, no, sorry. env-I bash. That's how we enter it actually. Good. So we have pretty much nothing. Echo $user, nothing here. Env, just a couple of those. We can also use env to set a particular variable for a particular program. In our previous lesson, when discussing non-interactive, non-login shells, we saw how scripts do not read any standard startup files, but instead they look for the value of the bash env variable and use it as their startup file if it exists. This oil is horrible. Let us demonstrate this process. We oops, just spilled some water on the table. That's not good. That's not good. Water here. Maybe. My Nokia phone is a little bit wet. Like new. Should be okay. We create our own script file. Startup file called startup script with the following content. Startup script. Okay. We write a bash script named testenv.sh with the following content. Testenv.sh which we'll call bash for interpreting the contents of this script, and echo crocodilian. Okay. We set the executable to the test. Env. Okay. Finally, we use env to set bash env to startup script for test env.sh. So let's see what exactly is this doing. Bash env equals home user2 startup script, and then execute this. The env command is implicit even if we get rid of it. I did something wrong. Okay, we have startup script. What did I do wrong here? Something I didn't understand, apparently. We create our own startup file called .startup script with the following content. Crocodilian is Cayman. We write a bash script. That wants to know the contents of the crocodilian variable. Then we set the executable to the script. Finally, we use env to set bash env. Oh, okay, I see the. Okay, too much copy pasting. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. The env command is implicit even if we get rid of it. Fine. If you do not understand the line hash exclamation mark bin bash or the chmod plus x command, do not panic. We will learn everything necessary about shell scripting in future lessons. For now, just remember to execute a script from within its own directory. We use some script. Oh, how to execute a script? Yeah, okay. The dot slash, yeah, whatever. The beginning written like this says that when you are executing, I know that they just said it's a future lesson, but it's actually really easy to understand. When you execute some shell script, any shell script, if whatever is in the first line written like this, it will basically call this interpreter here to interpret the contents of the script. So frequently you will see scripts that start with bin sh, and then the script is written in a way that it conforms to the abilities or capabilities of the SH, which is the Bourne shell, right? So that's the one that's pretty much everywhere. Bash is not necessarily everywhere. So depending on what kind of system you're aiming and what kind of capabilities of scripting you need, you will target certain shell that will interpret your script. So if you're doing something simple, it may be better to target the Bourne shell, just the bin sh, just so that your script is a little bit more portable to systems that don't have bash. But since pretty much every Linux has bash, not literally every Linux, then usually you're safe with this. But the reasoning is usually that you need something that bash is doing, or you're just used to bash scripting and not sh scripting. I hope that makes sense, right? So in the beginning of the file, you basically say what will run your script. There is also another way. If your script doesn't necessarily need to have this, you can just type bash and then space and then name of the script file, and then bash is going to execute it. So that's pretty much it. There are, of course, other shells, but I don't remember ever seeing ZSH in this place, or even fish or whatever. It's usually just bash or sh. Okay, let's go with common environment variables here. Time now for shebang. Yeah. Shebang. Do you no longer read the chat? I am reading the chat, but I'm not getting the chat. So let me show you. That's what I have. So I can press F5 and now I have nothing. Okay, now it's empty. So you only read the last message. Oh, did I just delete something that you said? Okay, sorry about that. But you moved to YouTube for a while, so I kind of figured that you're not going to type on Twitch anymore. I have it. I just offered a way to demonstrate how shebang works. I'm just sitting here learning away. Okay, I'll do better with Twitch messages. Change it to bin echo and or bin cat. Let's do that. What was the name? Test10, was it? Yeah. Bin cat. If cat is executing this script, it's just doing its thing, right? And if we put echo here, what happens here? Echo types the name of its own variable. That's kind of amusing. Bash. Okay. Thank you. Time now for reviewing some of the most relevant environment variables that are set in bash configuration files. Display related to the X server. This variable, the variable's value is normally made up of 3 elements. So most of the time you will interact with this, well, you know, if you're actually using the X server. The host name, the absence of it means localhost, where the X server is running. A colon is a delimiter, a number. It is normally 0 and refers to the computer's display. Okay, my water is. I'm gonna spill it again, am I? Yeah, so we don't have any display because that's my server. But if we go localhost, okay, localhost, here we have local X display server 1. And the reason why this is 1, I think because it's Wayland. I mean, it's not Wayland, it's X Wayland. So usually with X11 session, this really is 0. But it may be due to monitors. Let me just check that. Apparently not. No, it's just it's probably just the X Wayland thing. An empty value means this variable, this server is without an X Windows system. An extra number, as in my X server :0:1 would refer to the screen number if more than one exists. Are they sure that there is another colon here? I think on this position here between 0 and 1, it's usually just the dot and not the colon. Just from my memory from before. Would refer to the screen number. Iceblade is asking X Windows system like X11. Just X11. I don't know where this lesson is heading. We are going to find out soon enough. But if we do this, we just did what? Oh, it's now just one. Sorry. Okay, so calculator. But this is a Wayland application, so it's a bit. Let me see. Just a second. Sudo apt install x unset Wayland display. Okay. Let me just see. Are you sure I can unset Wayland display while I'm streaming? Will it not kill my portals and shit? Apt install x. Are there no xis anymore in Debian? Only to that process. Okay, thank you. Please give me an example of X11 application. An application that is only X11 and that is not XIs, because apparently that's not a thing anymore in Debian. Apt file, it's in a bundle. Okay, sorry about that. Update. X11 apps. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the apt file command is for searching which Debian package is installable from the repository that contains a certain file name, and I was looking for this file name, right? Xis apt install x11 apps. Okay, good. So this gives me xis, and you can see it in the middle of the screen, right? Xis. And Alexei said we should unset Wayland display. Okay. Wait, you installed the newest version of apt file, but you could update it. You're still not making sense, man. Yes, you could update, and you should update it, because if you don't update it, then there is no database in the apt file. If you want apt file to function, you need to update it at least once, and when you update it, then you can search through the local cache that you have just created. It's not an online search, right? It's a local search that only searches in the cache that you have created with the update command. So if you don't do the update command for a while, would the install not be the newest one? No, No, the install doesn't come with a cache at all. When you install it, it doesn't work. You have to... Oh, apt file installs apt config, so you can skip the apt file update, just use apt update. Well, apparently you can do it as Alexei said as well, with the apt file, with the regular apt update, but the fact remains when you download this software called apt file, this software has the functionality to search the local database, but you need to give it this local database that it will search through. So you're gonna be fine later on, but you really need to trigger it to fill up the database. I'm not sure if it would use the my previous cache from apt update. I think it wouldn't use it on the first run. Anyways, where were we? We were at print env display. Okay, so the environment variable display is set to localhost :1. So x eyes. Once again, let me see if I can. I cannot. Okay. Normal apt update doesn't download content files which contain mappings between packages and files. So it's like a hook. The apt file will like hook into the apt update system. So when I run that one, it will automatically run apt file update for me. Is that what you're saying? It's a config file which tells apt to also download contents. Yeah. Okay. Ah. Okay, so it's not a hook. Okay, my mistake. Either way, Iceblade, you have to run the update command at least once, whether or not, whether you're going to run the update command on the apt file or on the apt itself. Apparently it doesn't matter, but you have to do it. Apt file conf. This file is provided by apt file to download contents files, which is used by apt file for searching. Okay. Download contents for source files if there is a deb search. Okay. Okay. Someone really smart made this connection. Well, Discord is not a very good comparison with this. Anyway, once again, let's go back to what I was actually showing. print environment display. Display is set to localhost :1. When I run an X11 only application, it goes to this display. This is my display, right? You can see it in the middle of the screen that the application runs. If I type, where was my command? If I type export display equals localhost : number 2, then we are targeting the second X display server, which really shouldn't exist on my system. Okay, so now we are telling all of the X application. I mean, now we're basically telling the system that our display target output is the one that I typed, the second one. And if I run exercise, I would say this will not show up on the screen. It will say that it cannot open display. Does this make sense? I believe I'm like 50% into the explaining how this works. Let's say let's try something fun. We are now on a remote computer, okay? The one here is our remote computer. This is not my computer. So sudo apt install X11 apps. Okay, Iceblade, what is going to happen if I run the command xsize on my remote server, which doesn't have a display environment variable? If I press enter here, what happens? Since this is not my computer, won't run because missing variable, missing display environment variable, right? So it cannot open display because display is not even it's not even there. Okay, let's I have now exited back into my computer, okay? And I'm going to SSH again into my server. I think the command was just SSH-x, and now env this what was the command? Print env, sorry. Print env, there is no display. There is no display. Okay, how do we... Did I even... let me just check something. Man SSH -x. Oh, the big X. Sorry, that was my mistake. The big X. Print env display. Okay. Who can explain what just happened? I have SSH into my server once again, and suddenly there is a display display variable, right? And it says the target of the display is localhost 10, display server 10, and screen 0. Let's run xeyes. Xeyes. Locale not supported by C library. Locale unchanged. Where did that go? Oh, it's here. Sorry, let me try that again. Okay. Yes, correct. Let me show this to you. Man SSH dash X. Okay. This is one of the things that X11 protocol is designed for specifically. I don't know if I'm expressing myself properly. The X server is really, really old. And at the time when it was made, it was very, very normal that many computers weren't really computers. They were actually just terminals, like dumb terminals, which would then remotely connect to a more powerful machine, which had the graphical applications. So the networking stack, which X11 is made of, makes it really, really easy to forward the display basically anywhere where networking functions, because even with a local X11 environment, for example, forget Wayland for a second. You have a computer with installed Linux and with installed X11 server, Xorg, and with some X11 window manager. Let's say, I don't know which one is your favorite. i3. Okay, let's take i3. i3 is X11 only window manager. So now you have your own computer. There is no network. There is no SSH, no nothing. You're just running X11, and there is i3, which is managing your Windows. So you told the server to use the something like that. So in the local installation, the X server, why is it called server? Why is it X server? Because the display server is something that kind of serves the image, and the image is coming from somewhere, and this is it's really difficult to explain, but the way that X11 protocol works, it's not really drawing on your screen directly. It's actually coming from the network, and this network is not from the internet kind of network. It's not from another computer kind of network. It's just the local Unix socket, but it's still a kind of a networking way of communication. I really suck at explaining, but this allows it for your image, for your application to be loaded on any like video stream. Not like video stream. Video stream involves encoding your image into usually a MPEG stream or something like a video codec, right? This doesn't involve codecs. But I suppose you can draw some parallels with streaming. Let me give you a different example that will be a little bit more closer to you. You use Windows, right? If I'm not mistaken, you're on Windows right now. Yes, no. It doesn't really matter. On Windows, you can install an X server. It exists. You can install an X server on Windows. You can run an X server on Windows, and then you can use SSH to remotely log in into any Unix, BSD, Linux computer with this X11 forwarder switch. And then you can run, for example, Firefox on a remote Linux/Unix computer, and it will show up on your Windows locally, like it's a local application. And why this will work is because you are running an X11 server on your Windows, and this remote application that you are starting on a remote Linux/Unix system only needs a X11 destination server where it will appear. And you have literally given it where it will appear. It will appear on your Windows because you are running X11 server on your Windows. It is a thing. You can run X11 server on pretty much anywhere where someone made it to be installed, right? Including Windows. So it's really easy. Just for the sake of SSH, this is just tunneling of networking protocol. So X11 forwarding should be enabled with caution. Users with the ability to bypass the file permissions on the remote host can access local X11 display through the forwarded connection. An attacker may be able to perform activities such as keystroke monitoring. So this is one of the pain points of X11. So it's just a warning, but in essence, what we are doing here is forwarding X11 to our local connection, right? Do we have Xterm? No. apt install Xterm. See, this is the X terminal running on my remote server. Let's exit that and install. This will pull a lot of stuff. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's pull Kitty. Oops. Too big. Okay. So you can already see that Kitty has slight issues with the speed. I'm not sure if this is due to trying to utilize GPU rendering or whatnot, but Xterm seemed fine to me. Yeah, it's very small, so you cannot see it, but Xterm is instant. Kitty is just doing something strange. Try with Y. Why should we use Y? That's just secure connection. No, it's slow. It's still slow. But I don't think this is an X11 forwarding issue. This is a Kitty issue. Either way, you can see that we are running Kitty on our local computer, but it's a SID, Debian SID from my virtual machine. Not sure. Try with Waypipe. That's a different story. That's a different story. Just for the sake of we want to know more. On Wayland, it is also possible to do this kind of running a graphical application on a remote host and displaying it locally. But it's not built in. You need to install software that does it, right? So there is Waypipe, which you can install, which you must install locally and on the server, and then you can use Waypipe software to bring the remote application that is graphical to your local screen. But when it comes to variables, this is pretty much what I wanted to show you. Okay. We can exit this one. So, okay. I bet it'd be faster. I mean, we can try. Sudo apt install Waypipe. It's already installed. Waypipe SSH. Okay. Sorry, you didn't see that. So instead of doing the SSH-X for X11 forwarding, I have now used Waypipe for forwarding. And I don't believe that display doesn't exist, because display environment variable is used for X11. print env display, or was it with the $sign? No, you cannot do that. Anyways, it doesn't exist. You only need to use x eyes, and x eyes cannot open display because that one requires x11. But Kitty doesn't need x11 because it's Wayland application, so that one will show up on my screen. I would say that it is a little bit faster, but not smooth as Xterm felt like. Xterm felt like instantly local. So maybe it's the size, like the resolution. Xterm was tiny, like this. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the size. It's the size and the resolution. Now it works perfectly fine. Let's try that with X forwarding again. Kitty, the small one, the top. Yeah, it's fine. It's fast. Okay, so the more pixels you need to push through the network, the more bandwidth you need, and apparently it may be let's see how much CPU it will take. So you can see that my CPU is jumping to something like 25% of both cores. Now let's make it bigger. Okay, how about now? Now my CPU is jumping to 55-ish % of both cores. Okay, so it may be faster if the host server from which I'm doing this would be faster, right? But also it could be due to bandwidth partially, but it kind of shouldn't be due to bandwidth because this is a local network, so I have like 1 gigabit per second. I think since it's hardware accelerated, it's using fallback rendering on CPU. Yeah. What if we use Xterm and make it big? Yeah, this is instant. Xterm doesn't care about the size of the screen. The thing that makes most sense for me so far is what Alexei just says, that since Kitty is hardware accelerated and there is no hardware that would accelerate it on the VM, it just falls back to rendering on CPU, so it can actually work. And you see when I go up and down on the big screen on the Xterm, my CPU jumps to 5%, 7, 9, 2. You cannot see it because I have no clue how to increase the size of the font in this program. It is what it is. Let's see if we can finish the lesson. Hist control. This variable controls what commands get saved in the hist file. See below there. They meant there are 3 possible values. Ignore space. Commands starting with a space will not be saved. Ignore dupes. Command which is the same as the previous one will not be saved. Ignore both. Commands which fall into any one of the 2 previous categories will not be saved. So hist control says ignore both. This is the default. This sets the number of commands to be stored in memory while the shell session lasts. 1000. Hist file size. This sets the number of commands to be saved in hist file both at the start and at the end of the session. 2000. Hist file. Bash history. The name of the file which stores all commands as they are typed. By default, this file is located at home directory .bash_history. To view the contents of hist file, very simply type history. Okay. All of the commands. If we go to my computer, history, here you can see that I made a small adjustment compared to what default is. It just tells you the line. I have altered it to show me the date and the time when was this command typed. So this helps me a little bit to understand, was it like yesterday, or when I'm looking for something from 5 days ago. It's useful. You can set this in the bash configuration file. I forget details, but we can quickly find it. Okay. Export hist time format equals date, month, year, and time, and 1 dash and a couple of spaces. That's how you get the history format to show up in that format. Not sure you need the export there. Maybe you're right. Yeah, you don't need the export. Let's change it. Okay, done. Actually, I don't think I need this distro box anymore. But I don't think I have distro box installed. So let's just comment this out. Fine. Back to this server. Alternatively, we can specify the number of commands we want to see by passing an argument, the number of the most recent commands to history, as in history 3. History 3, the last 3 commands. This variable stores the absolute path of the current user's home directory, and it is set when the user logs in. Home. This piece of code from .profile is self-explanatory. It sources home bash.bashrc if it exists. We did that on the last lesson, so I believe there is no reason to repeat what this does. If somebody thinks this is unclear and not exactly self-explanatory, raise your hand. If you do not quite understand the if statement, do not worry, just refer to the lesson about shell scripting. Remember that tilde is equivalent to $home or your home folder. There we go. By the way, Tommy Viper, are you still with us? Commands can be this is difficult to read, concatenated with a semicolon. What they mean is run 2 commands one after another. Yep, I'm still here. Very glad, very glad. I just wanted to say something that the rest of the gang is already aware. There is this thing that I have installed a couple of 2 weeks ago, I think it was. There are some announcements here, some general stuff. It's my forum, right? There are some how-tos that I started filling up. There's some knowledge base. There is like comments for each of the posts on my web page. So this is coming directly from my web page. And the reason why I'm even entering this right now is LPIC 1. This is one of the reasons why I have installed the forum. So if you go to lesson 1 out of 3, that's the one from the last week. It's aiming for the video on demand recording from the last time. There is the document that we are reading. There is some homework here, some more homework. I mean, for whoever is willing to give it a try, right? And some extra homework. And Iceblade is one of the guys who is very involved he has been involved quite a lot from the last year, because last year we have been doing this for like 6 months or so. But basically 26 Sundays it was. And these are his replies to the homework and some of my comments here. And basically the idea behind the forum is that I want people to kick up. I don't know how to express I want to motivate people to start engaging in a matter of like, this shit is unclear to me. How does this work? Why does this work? Why doesn't this work? And of course, you can just run ChatGPT and ask whatever, and you will get instant replies. And here you will have to wait for someone to reply. So this is a negative. But on the flip side, this is a human interaction, and there is really no true substitute for humans that interact with each other, because our experience should at least give us the benefit, the advantage of proactively answering, some questions. Like if someone asks something that is unclear, then maybe me or Alexei or whoever knows the answer might say, okay, this guy is going through something that I have been going through like 20 years ago, and he will get stuck very soon at this. So I'm just going to answer his question and give him some more food for thought for laters, Tommy Viper says I'd prefer having actual people answer my questions. AI has been wrong many times. Yes, that's correct. I mean that's not even for me to say. It's just a fact that AI makes mistakes. They call it hallucinating. I'm not here to judge AI as something that's good or bad. It's a tool. It is a tool, and you absolutely can use it. I'm not even against it. I use AI as well. It's just that how you use it. Even here on live stream, we have tried to use AI for a couple of times, and it straight up lied. And everyone was aware that this is factually incorrect. But it was just like a shrug and let's go on. It is what it is. But oftentimes it can help. But all that I wanted to say is, if you don't mind, join the forum and help me build it. Even if you only ask questions, it will help forum grow, because at least I will answer your questions, and then someone else might come along and say, okay, I know an answer to this question. I want to answer it, So eventually the ball will start rolling, and the rock that falls from the snowy mountain will no longer be a rock that is rolling down, but a really huge snowball, I hope. So that's it. About the change over time, this morning I asked Claude, I think, or maybe it was ChatGPT, it doesn't matter. I asked, does DaVinci Resolve support videos from iPhone? And it replied absolutely yes. It was a longer answer, but the answer was absolutely yes. And what I didn't expect is the AI also said something like, DaVinci Resolve free version also supports the videos from iPhone. But my question wasn't about DaVinci Resolve free, because I know for a fact that DaVinci Resolve free doesn't support videos from iPhone, because I tried it. It doesn't work. So I asked whether the full version supports videos from iPhone, and I expect it does. But what kind of threw me off course is when it said, the AI said that free version also supports it. And then I typed, please re-verify your statement about the free version. And it was like thinking. Oh, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Actually, it doesn't support. You just learn how to live with it, you know. Iceblade, I use Hevt's codec, the H.265. I don't know about H.264. I'm not sure. I can give it a try. Alexei says, I asked Codex to show me an example how to use a library, and it completely imagined half of the functions. Grok did help me with adding a new answer files to my self-hosted Seer XNG search engine. It took a bit, but it finally worked out. Give me just one more minute of this derailing. I want to show you something. What I kind of liked. GitHub/hyper-VM. Nope. Not VM, but VM. Repositories. Where is the GitHub? There we go. Policies, AI usage. So Hyperland AI usage policy. We recognize the usefulness and technological progress of AI models for software development. However, it is much needed to set boundaries how those tools may and may not be used across the Hyperland ecosystem. Acceptable use. This is a whitelist, which means if it's not allowed here, it is forbidden. Summarizing code and or documentation for learning purpose. Locally writing patches and or new features and tests. Keep your AI on the leash. So this is my favorite part. This is the reason why I'm even showing up this on the screen. An AI model must not submit, write the description of, or in any other way interact with pull requests, issues, or any other developer-facing communication channel. Be responsible. All in all, you are still responsible for your code, the human. If there is no human in the chain, your submission is invalid. Make sure to review your code and read through it so that you understand your code. If you don't understand your code, do not submit your code. You can use it for your own purposes, but we don't want to waste our time on doing all of the work for you. So this sentence is really good, actually. If you do not understand what your code is doing, then why would you submit that code as your code? You know, you're just doing potential damage to the to the whole team. It doesn't matter that this is hyperlinked. You know, any team, if you're submitting something that you are not really responsible for, then you know why submit at all. The thing is, AI can submit patches for you. Like literally, you can ask AI to write the code for you. You can ask AI, please submit my patch to GitHub. You can tell it to submit pull request. You don't have to do anything. But here it's strictly forbidden. They just don't want to deal with robots. They want to deal with humans. So if you as human need some assistance from AI, this is a sentence for you. And I think this is fair. I think this is fair. Like, there is a use case for AI. You just have to know how to use the tool. It's after all, it's just a tool. How good a tool it is, it's fairly fine for some things. For others, not so good. Commands can be concatenated with a semicolon. We can also prove this with an if statement. Okay, so what is this doing? If home equals home, which it does, then echo true, else say false, and finish the if statement. I think, Alexei, they meant that the semicolon is like putting things in 4 lines. I mean, this works because they used semicolons. I mean, if you are going to script this as a bash script, you're just gonna put it in 4 different lines, and this will work fine. But in regular bash shell, you cannot type 4 lines in a row and expect them to single equals absolutely works for testing for equality in if statements. The equals sign is used for variable assignment, and double equal is used to test for equality. Yeah, I noticed. Let me remove one equal. So it still works, as Alexei said. Iceblade, yes. In general, yes. But apparently, if you're just testing for, well, equality, then it works with a single one. Host name. This variable stores the TCP IP name of the host computer. Fun fact, open square bracket is a command. Host type. This stores the architecture of the computer's processor. Okay. This is useful. Language. The locale of the system. LD library path. This variable consists of a colon-separated set of directories where shared libraries are shared by programs. There is nothing here. What about my PC? There's nothing here as well. It is what it is. Mail. This variable stores the file in which bash searches for email. Well, I don't have any mail, but there will be some if we go to SSH 10 to this host var mail dart, because I have a mail daemon installed on this OpenBSD. It's just the same command, echo $mail. Okay, let's exit this one. Another common value for this variable is var spool mail $user. LD library path allows to set additional library search paths. You mean you can add more of them? Separated by the colon. Is that what you meant? Mail check. This variable stores a numerical value which indicates in seconds the frequency with which bash checks for new email. I must say, I have huge nostalgia towards some simpler times, and it's not like I cannot reproduce this again, but I kind of miss the old days where I was reading my mail with Pine email software. But this environment variable stores the list of directories where bash looks for executable files when told to run any program. Alexis says, I meant if your app is using a library which is not located in system library locations, lib, userlib, then you can use this variable to point the app to that library. Okay. I'm sure we will get to concrete example for that usage. In our example machine, this variable is set through the system-wide profile file path. Let me see echo path. Okay, so here the path on the server is user local bin. user bin, user local games, and user games. And if we go to my local computer here, you will notice home dart dot local bin. This is something I have added because I have some binaries there. Home dart local. Why is it twice? User local bin, user bin, user local games, user games. This is broken. Home dart local bin. How did I do that? Because you didn't have to add it, it's added automatically when that directory exists. Ah, okay. Okay, so either way, no matter that I made this mistake. So if the dot local /bin folder exists in your home directory, apparently you don't have to edit. It will get added automatically. But also when you are exporting path, you cannot export just your folder, because if you do that, you're going to overwrite everything else that was in this variable. You need to type $path in order to append your new path to what has been in this same variable up until this export command. Does this make sense? I can show it to you. Export path. Okay, so right now the path is all these folders. If I so your commands can override system ones. You mean the order of things? Oh, okay. Okay, let's do it the proper way. Export path is $path colon, and let's just put /home. This doesn't make any sense. Why would that be a path for executable files? But you can do it, okay? So when you echo path, you will now see that your entire path lineup now contains /home. But if you export path without the $path, what we are now doing is we are telling the variable path that the path is /home, and that's it. Okay, so when we echo path after this, we have successfully killed all of the path that have been existing up until this moment, right? So if I type bash now, bash will not be able to execute, right? There is no such command. Is this, does this make sense? Do you understand why bash doesn't want to run anymore? Alexei says, yes, I do. Thank you. No, the path is the set. Yeah, it is the set of folders where we are searching for executable files. So the only folder where we are searching for this command bash is /home, and there is no bash command in /home. Through the if statement, the identity of the user is tested here. ID-u. Okay, that's the 1000. My own identity number. It's hot. Temperature went up. Okay, so let's read it out loud. If statement, we are checking for the user's ID. My ID is 1000. 0 is root. Hello. 0 is root. So if the user ID is 0, then path is user local sbin, user local bin, user sbin, user bin, sbin, bin. Else, if user is not root, then the path is a little bit different. So no sbin folders are. Mine is 1002. I have finally find you. Iceblade, what's your ID? Same here. Okay. All brothers. Through the if statement, the identity of the user is tested, and depending on the result of the test, root or otherwise, we will obtain one path or the other. Finally, the chosen path is propagated with export. A brother from another mother. Oh, that works. So what this lesson is doing for us is basically it's preparing us for light bash scripting or light scripting, not necessarily bash in this case. Okay, the shell is executing. It's checking. It's executing the global file that is to be run at the profile, right? That's from the previous lesson. And in there, we are checking if the user root logs in, give that user this path. If someone else logs in, give it this path. And this is like a single place of configuration, how you can differentiate between these two vastly different users. Observe two things regarding the value of path. Directory names are written using absolute paths. The colon is used as a delimiter. If we wanted to include the folder user local sbin in the path for regular users, we will modify the line so that it looks like this. Okay, so we're just adding it at the end. Apparently root doesn't play games. Interesting. We are just adding it at the end of the path, okay? And you need to add one colon to separate it. Now we can see how the value of the variable changes when we log in as the regular user. Su-carol x echo path, and now Carol has this new folder in her path, right, has been. We could have also added user local sbin to the user's path at the command line by typing either path equals user local sbin. Oh, this is the way how I did it, and you said it's insecure, Alexei. The former making user local has been the first directory to be searched for executable files, the later making it the last. We're coming to the prompt. Maybe the insecure is slightly misleading. I guess it can be insecure, but it's just the order of things how they are happening. Depending on what you have, what shit you have in your local bin folder. PS1 for your local prompt. This variable stores the value of the bash prompt. In the following chunk of code, also from etc profile, the if statement tests for the identity of the user and gives them a very discrete prompt accordingly. Hash for root or dollar for regular users. Alexei says it's because it's a user writable directory, which is the first in the list. User local is fine. Okay. So if the user is root, give it a hash. If the user is not root, give it a $sign. Okay. Other prompt variables include PS2, normally set to greater than, and used as a continuation prompt for long multi-line commands. Let me just try that. ls, yeah, okay. PS2 equals, okay, ls. Is there anything unclear about what I have just done? I only wanted to give you a small demo of what PS2 is. I'm just going to take it as everything is clear. Okay. PS3 used as the prompt for the select command. I don't really use. Iceblade is asking, how did we know it's PS2 right now instead of PS1? Because it says so in the lesson. It's used as a continuation prompt for long multi-line commands. And how do you use long multi-line commands? You type a part of the command, then you use the escape sign, which is the backslash. You press enter, and then you go to the next line, but the command is not finished. So usually it will be just greater than. You just continue the command in the new line. Select. Is that the select? No, that's not the select I'm looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. Help select, okay. Select name in words. Do commands. Done. Select words from a list and execute commands. The words are expanded, generating a list of words. The set of expanded words is printed on the standard error, each preceded by a number. If in words is not present, the $@ is assumed. The PS3 prompt is then displayed and a line read from the standard input. If the line consists of the number corresponding to one of the displayed words, then a name is set to that word. If the line is empty, words and the prompt are redisplayed. If end of file is read, the command completes. Any other value read causes name to be set to null. The line read is saved in the variable reply. Commands are executed after each selection until a break command is executed. Alexei says, select answer in hello world. Let's try it like this. Select sex. In I hope I'm doing this correct. Okay. 1. You be a boy. Okay. Okay, that wasn't too hard. Set PS3 to enter your choice, then and repeat. Okay, hash question mark, that's the PS3. Okay, PS3 is enter your choice. Maybe we can put a space and let's do the sexting again. Okay. Try entering the wrong number. 3. Nothing happened. Echo dollar reply. Tommy Viper, Iceblade, or anyone else who is lurking in chat and refusing to type anything, does this make sense? Like, how the select functions or what the PS3 is? Oh, kind of making mini choose your adventure game into that's not TUI. Text user interface is like htop, MC, Midnight Commander, stuff like that. These are TUI application. This is not TUI. This is plain text. Makes sense to you? Okay. But yeah, you're correct that you can make a game with this. You can make a game and your response will be saved to the reply variable, and then your program can then use the contents of the reply variable to do something with it. Terminal is not GUI either. It's just text. Alexei says, I've seen people coding this with while loops which run read command, but there is a command made specifically for this use case. What? Iceblade is asking how come that terminal is not GUI. Well, Firefox is GUI. I don't know. OBS is GUI. But terminal is not GUI. Terminal emulator is GUI, yes. Alexei is correct, but we are not talking about terminal emulator. We're talking about the select command. That select command is definitely not GUI, and is also not TUI. There is no are we not inside the emulator? We are, but as Alexei said, terminal emulator is GUI, but the select command is not GUI. That's what I'm saying. You said that select command is TUI, and I said it's not TUI, and then you said it's GUI, so that's even less so. I'm getting confused. Tommy said he's trying to absorb it. Okay. Enough said. PS4 normally set to plus and used for debugging. Okay. Shell, this variable stores the absolute path of the current shell. We have done this countless of times so far, so why not one more time? User, this stores the name of the current user, which is Dart, but also one of my, I wouldn't say favorite commands, that's far from correct, but one of my fun commands. Who am I? I suppose you knew this, but if you didn't, you're welcome. To be honest, the day when I learned the "Who am I" command was somewhere between the 1995 and 2000. I really can't say when. Those days were when I was hanging out with people on the university, and we only used terminals, literal terminals, with which we would connect to the actual server of the university. And sometimes people would get off the chair and forget to log out. So if you see a terminal logged in, you can just approach it and type "who am I" to see who it was that forgot to log out. Rootlex Alexei says, my favorite command is apropos. Is that an Easter egg? No. I mean, the definition of Easter egg is something hidden, right? It's not really hidden. It's a documented command which tells you your username. Apropos what? I'm not a fan of the table, but okay. My mouse pad, which doesn't mouse around. Observe the variable assignment under the commands. By the way, Tommy Viper, we are done with the lesson for today, and now we have a couple of questions to verify our knowledge. There are actually quite a lot of questions here. I'm gonna keep the explorational exercises for the forum again, but I have never seen 14 questions before. I think 6 was the topmost. Okay, let's hurry up. Observe the variable assignment under the commands column, which is there. And indicate if the resulting variable is local or global. Okay. Iceblade and Tommy Viper, help me out with the answers. Oh, you already answered. A is yes. Yes, no. Okay, sorry. We can just put check marks, right? Debian is the mother. I'll just put a check mark here. Ubuntu is Deb based. Iceblade says B. Okay, let's make it like this: A B C D E. Okay, Ubuntu is Deb based. Iceblade says yes for the local. Mint is Ubuntu based. Export Mint. Iceblade says C, yes, and yes. The export SUSE is RPM based. Iceblade says yes over here for the global one. Zorin is Ubuntu based. Iceblade says put the check mark here. Okay, so it's pretty obvious that, where's my mouse? It's pretty obvious that this one is a local variable because it's just declared in a simple way, and this one is the same, literally. But this one is declared locally, and then it's exported as a global command. And this one export globally, so it's exported directly as a global one, or how did we call it with another name? Environment variable, right? And this one, once again, is just local. So the question for Iceblade, why is this both local and global? And the question is that, can a variable be local and global at the same time? Alexei says my favorite fun command is what the fuck from BSD games. If we export the command as a global one, I will try it later. What do you think, Iceblade? Did I make it weird now? Can you see what I just did in the command line? I'm actually not sure. How is this exercise? What is it trying to say? I mean, if the variable is global, then it's just global. You know, it's you no longer think about it being local. It's global now. It doesn't really matter. It ascended to the more important one, so the local one is whatever. But apparently, when it's global, Is it also local as well? Tommy Viper says, I was going to say export seems like it would make it a global command. Not command, but variable. And yes, export does make it a global, but what I'm trying to reach here is why did Iceblade said here that it's both local and global, and why not this one as well? Well, that's the thing. It's export. I don't think export is deleting anything. It's just that if it's global, I don't think the how do I put it? If it's global, then it will work. I mean, variable is a variable, right? But if it's global, then it's global. It's not really. It's not a Schrodinger's cat. Alexis says, I think global and local are mutually exclusive. Yes. Yes, that's what I think as well. Can you see, Iceblade, where I'm aiming at? The variable is not really global and local, or local and global. It's just that either the variable exists, or it's global and it exists everywhere. Either variable exists locally in this shell or in all of the child shells that are coming. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that this here is unnecessary. Basically, that's the hint. Okay. You did good. You did good. Study the command and the output. Study the command and the output and explain the meaning. So the command echo hist control says ignore both. What does it mean, ignore both? This is actually default on Debian. As you can see in my shell down there, echo hist control says ignore both, just like in the homework here. So what does ignore both means? Let me give you a hand help. I just type history command, as you can see on the bottom, to give you a look at my history. So if echo history control says ignore both, and you see how my history looks, can you remember from the lesson from an hour ago, or maybe 2 hours ago, what did it say that ignore both means? ignore both is related to what gets saved in history or how it gets saved in history. It's about commands that we are typing and the commands that enter history. Golag, I can't read your name, sorry. Golg Katani. Ignore space and doubles. Golg Katani is correct. It ignores spaces and doubles or duplicates. Yeah. So in history, it spaces will not be saved. I mean extra spaces. And if you run multiple commands in a row, they will just not be saved. Iceblade says, I forgot what it was ignoring. B squiggly line is like an alias for home directory. Oh, echo tilde comes up with home Carol. So what is the meaning? It's like an alias for home directory. Okay. Print home directory. Echo display. You said shows which display we are on. Well, let's say on C. There needs to be more understanding. It's not just which display we are on. Can you type something a little bit more about the C line? Echo display will say Reptilium 02. So what is Reptilium? What is 0 and what is 2? This is definitely a variable. So let me just say that the Reptilium, this output here does not tell us which display we are on. That's incorrect. C prints the variable with the value of display number. That's actually a lot more correct than your previous sentence. So yes, it prints the value of the variable display, and this variable content is telling us what is Reptilium. A, B, C. What is A? What is B? What is C? Okay, it's definitely hard for all of you, so I'm just gonna repeat. The display. Oh, I thought you write something new. So the display variable is telling your shell on to which X display your applications are supposed to run on. The last thing you wrote, Reptilium, no clue, that's incorrect. B, local display, that's incorrect. C, current display server, That's incorrect. Okay, I'm gonna remind you, but apparently it's not that easy to remember. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but since we are all pretty much switching to Wayland, you might not have enough. You might not have enough practice with that. So Reptilium is the host. So when you type xeyes as application or xterm, these are X11 applications which you want to run. They are GUI applications. They need a display server. When you run a GUI application in X11 environment, they will try to display themselves on the display destination that is written in this variable display. So let's say that we want to run xterminal. The xterminal will try to display itself on the host that is called Reptilium. Yes, Reptilium is the name of the display host. And in the hosts, you will see that Reptilium matches some kind of IP address usually, or whatever. The B. Okay, let's type here. This is the host. B is the display server. Okay, the reason why we are aiming for display server 0 on Reptilium host is because Reptilium host can have multiple display servers. For example, on I don't know, you're running your X11 interface on your monitors, and this is display server 0. But also you can run a display server 1 as a nested display server inside your current display server. So you can have a display server inside a display server, and you can have another display server inside this display server. So they are like childs of each other. But let's stick to just one level. We have like the main display server, which is your entire monitor, and you have a small window which you can drag around, and this is your second display server marked with B, not 0, but with B1. And you can tell your application to show up in your display server 1. So it's a bit hard to show you this because I'm not in X11 session right now. But what it would look like, you would have a small window which is another X11 server, and inside that small X11 server you can run more applications. There is another use case. For example, you have multiple users on your computer logged in at once. So user 1 loads its own display server on 0 and works on this computer, and then locks the computer. And then second user comes and wants to use the same computer, but it looks like it's locked. But usually this second user can go to the display manager, SDDM, GDM or something. Or if you're not using the display manager, you can even go to Control Alt, I don't know, F4, any free TTY. You can log in there, start your own display server, and now you have two graphical sessions running in parallel. One is running on Control Alt F7, and that one is locked by user 1. And now we have another one running on Control Alt F8. And this is the second display server marked as Reptilium colon 1. That's the display server that user 2 is using in full screen, and user 1 went outside to play with the ball, and his session is locked. Now we have two display servers, and you can export display Reptilium colon 1 in order for your applications to show up on the second display server. But there may be a fun way to mess around with your user 1. You can also log in as a second user and then type echo display is not echo, but export display is Reptilium colon 0. You're doing that as user 2, and then you run some kind of application that shows I don't know, teeny weeny without the underwear. And when the user 1 comes back home and unlocks his session, he will see a teeny weeny displayed on his monitor, and that's the application running as user 2, because X11 protocol is like that. Also, fun fact, user 2 can usually, if there are no security measures in place, user 2 can usually sniff the keyboard of user 1 and stuff like that. C. What is C? What is the third thing of the display variable? This one here. What is this? Okay, you have already replied for this that it means how often in seconds it will check, the bash will check for new mail. I tried to not say the word display, although this is a display, but it's confusing because the variable is called display. So I just said monitor, because monitor is definitely a physical device, while display could be a physical device, it could be a variable, and you know. Okay, D is how often we check for mail in bash. Echo hist file says home Carol bash history, and you typed shows where the history file is located. I'm just gonna put check marks because Alexis says it's not really a monitor in common sense. Can you elaborate some more? It's an X server screen, yeah. Today we usually have just one. Oh, you're talking about X Cinerama and hacks like that. Yeah. Okay. I see. I see what you're aiming. Yeah. Okay. So actually, Alexei drew a really good point here. When X11 was fresher, you could only have this monitor and this monitor and this monitor. Let's say you have 3 of them, and if you wanted your application to show up on another monitor, you would have to set a display variable before running the application, so the application knows on which monitor to show up. But there was no way to drag the monitor from drag the application from one monitor to another. It really wasn't a thing. So they came up with a couple of solutions that do that. At first, I think Xcinerama was the first one. Basically, it would take, let's say you have 2 monitors, Xcinerama would spread across 2 monitors, and basically it would be like you have 2 full HD monitors, so it would be like a 4K resolution of your screen, 4K by 1080p, right? 4K horizontally, 1080p vertically. That's 2 monitors as one big Xcinerama screen. But this method, I think, had some issues. Like now somebody needs to correct me on this, but I think Xcinerama had limits where both of the screens had to be the same refresh rate, and maybe even the same vertical resolution. But refresh rate, I think for sure. Xrender, once again, if I'm not mistaken, is a much newer method and more versatile. This one actually can handle different resolutions, different refresh rates. Not perfectly, but better than Xcinerama. But either way, the C here, it is what it is. Variables are being set incorrectly under the wrong command column. Provide the missing information under right command and variable reference so that we get the expected output. I'm not actually sure I understand. Okay, I understand. Okay. The space, yes, correct. The space is wrong. The space is wrong. We need to type lizard equals chameleon. And what is the variable reference here? Variable reference. Echo? Do they want us to type echo here? Variable reference. Okay, just the reference. Okay. Good. Okay, so they will want us to use quotes later, probably. Okay. The wrong command says cool lizard equals chameleon. how do we correct this command? We want to get chameleon again. Have this in mind. Iceblade says a lizard equals chameleon, white space too many. Okay, slowly, Iceblade. Let's go with B. The first one is done. Let's go with B, one by one. Golga Katani. Okay, I am getting the grip of your name. Golga Katani is incorrect because obviously they want us to have a different variable name. Okay, so we need an underscore. Cool underscore lizard equals B remove cool because it's not a commander. Okay, actually Iceblade is not wrong, but you know, from the school or college or whatever, there is always the right answer, and the right answer as it was asked by the test, you know. Sometimes more answers can fit here, but that's not what they are actually asking. So they are asking how do we have, yeah, through a cool underscore lizard, yeah. Okay, and variable reference is, what is the variable reference if you take the A into consideration? Yep, that's correct. Okay, let's go to C now. Lizard equals K pipe, me pipe, Leon. And the expected output is, what is the expected output? Down there. So, so what is the right command? That is correct. Iceblade, that is correct. There is one more way. Yeah, Golga Katani is also correct. When I said there is one more way, that's what I meant. What Golga Katani wrote. So you can either do the. I have something flying in my room here. I don't know if it's a fly or a mosquito. Lizard equals under quotes something quotes, or lizard equals backslash pipe me and so on. Okay, so lizard goes here. Other side, Iceblade, backslash. Backslash is the so-called escape character that gives you that gives you a way to put a special character in the variable, but just this one character escapes by the means of the escape character. Okay, D lizard equals slash star star chameleon star star slash. I don't know what's special about D. It's literally the same. Golga Katani says like C. Yeah, it's the same. Oh, there is one more. Win underscore path equals C colon backslash path backslash 2 backslash dir backslash. It's not the same. Let's go back to D. How is it not the same? Holy shit. Yep, it's not the same. Rootlex guy is correct. Iceblade, hold on with the E. Okay, let's see what happened with the D. Holy crap. What did I do now? Iceblade says lizard equals... Oh, strong quotes. Or double quotes. That... I don't see why would that work. I don't see why would that work. I mean, double quotes, as we said, are weaker in my head. That's not it. That's not it. Chameleon not found. Okay, this is a trial and error, but why did single quote not work? Yeah, that's a good question. You're trialing the wrong step. Okay, one more time. Why this doesn't work? Oh, okay. Okay, it did work. So when it comes to tests, it's a good idea to understand the question. Yeah. I didn't read the question properly. Okay. Now we can go to the wrong command of winpath-c. Tricky one. Now it's a good question why the E wouldn't be the same like C. Well, first of all, I really don't see a reason why the right command wouldn't be the same as previous two. So let's start with that. Win path equals quote something quote. Need double quotes. So single quotes are fine here. We already absorbed that they in fact will, because path have backslash, yeah. So if we substitute this this win path for the something that contains backslashes, there will be trouble in bash again. I think we need single quotes here. I'm not actually sure, but I think if you put double quotes like with the D line, if you put double quotes here, I'm not sure how will the how will backslashes behave. But I'm gonna give it a try. Win path. Single quotes won't work. They will just print win path. Oh, so we have to use double quotes. Okay. So it's the same as D then. Win path equals D backslash path. Okay, and then echo. Okay, it works. It works. I don't know. This needs a little bit more understanding. Just for the sake of demo. Yeah, so this is actually really good example of what single quotes do. Single quotes definitely are very literal about there is a difference with D. Well, I mean, the difference is in the way that the shell will interpret the variable unless we put quotes around it. Because if we remove this, oh, why did I think, why did we all think that that it won't work? Huh. No, that's trouble. That's trouble. You can use double quotes in D in the right command column as is, but can't in E. Why do you say I can't do that in E? The result is the same. With try with both double quotes versus single quotes. Ah, the right command. Oops. What did I do? What did I do? Good. Holy shit. That doesn't work. Okay, so the right command is good. I mean this one here. I spitting. Yes. Consider the purpose and write the appropriate command. Set the language of the current shell. The issue there was that the last backslash escaped the closing double quote. Yeah. Set the language of the current shell to Spanish UTF-8. Iceblade is away from keyboard. Maybe other guys know how to export this language here. Oops, I may have said too much. Iceblade, you should have stayed away from keyboard. Yes, sir. Print the name of the current working directory. Yeah, but as with some of the previous tasks, what they actually want us to write here is echo. But because they actually it is correct, of course PVD is correct, but they want us to show the contents of the PVD variable. Yeah, but it is what it is. Both correct. Reference the that is technically not correct. Alexei, the rootlex, what is not correct? I sorry. I think it is. I think it's both correct that the PDF want us to do the echo dollar $PVD. Make directory star, cd to the star, touch test echo print working directory. Not bad. You hacked the system. This may be one of those scenarios where the student, let's say that Alexei student here, is telling the teacher, which is the PDF here, that the PDF is wrong. Need quotes around PVD. How did I do that again? Oh. Oh, so I'm wrong here. I don't remember quotes from this lesson today. Earlier, where they taught us how to use the Echo PVD. I really don't remember they saying that we need the quotes. Technical, yeah. Reference the environment variable which stores the information about SSH connections. Okay, I actually don't remember. Or maybe I'm not understanding the question. I'm gonna have to look it up. Well, the obvious answer is SSH underscore connection. But this is another thing that I don't remember being in this lesson. Does anyone remember the SSH connection environment variable being in this lesson? Yeah. Okay. Let's say that it writes what it writes. But this is one of the ways how to get the answer, right? So they are asking for environment variables. So obviously, you will export all of the environment variables to check what you have. And it was a Iceblade. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They want us to say which environment variable is holding the information about the SSH connection. The port forwarding thing doesn't matter here. Set path to include home curl scripts as the last directory to search for executables. Who's the fastest here? We are very close to the finish. Iceblade says path equals $path colon home curl script, which is correct. Path home curl scripts. Okay, that is correct. Well done, Iceblade. Set the value of my path to path. Actually, I think it's the other way around. Yeah, set the value of my path to path. So that would be no. Iceblade and Golga Katani, I think they're trying to confuse you. They want us to set the value of my path variable to path. Well, you could just see what Rootlex wrote. It's the word play of English language. It's not even a technical question. It's just a play of words. Bastards. The string path, yeah. Bastards. Bastards. Bastardo. Create a local variable named mammal or mammal and assign it the value GNU. Bloody yeah. Create a local variable named mammal and assign it the value GNU. I would say Iceblade is correct. Using variable substitution, create another local. Damn it, one M missing. It's fine. It's fine. Using variable substitution, create another local variable named var sub with the appropriate value, so that when referenced via echo var sub, we obtain the value of mammal is GNU. Golga Catania, I'm not actually sure what you mean by this. You're trying to see what set will output. That's not it. Well, sorry, it's 9. It's 9. It's almost midnight here, which you can see here. Using variable, okay, what we definitely want to do is we need to set the variable first. So var sub equals something. So the result has to be the value of mammal is GNU. So what we will probably need to have is, I think we should use double quotes here, the value of mammal is my should be correct. Var sub equals $. The Iceblade, it cannot be correct because your solution doesn't print the strings the value of mammal is. You have to print all of these words. So will this work? Let's give it a try. This is actually Iceblade's solution, but without the contents. I have a deja vu. Like I said this already on some previous lesson. This is Iceblade's solution, but without the contents. Iceblade says var sub equals $mammal echo var. No, you're still incorrect. You're still not reading the assignment. Iceblade, here is the number 7. Very easy. You already know the answer. Spit it out. Question number 7. For the 6, you have the solution in my terminal down below. You just needed that string. Yeah, you have the solution for 6 down below, and the 7, I know you know the answer. Spit it out. Spit it out. Well, number 7. What? The answer to the question number 7. Turn mammal into environment variable. We did that earlier, but it's empty. So I guess we didn't do it. Golga Katani for the win. Iceblade, you are sleeping already. Golga Katani is paying attention, you're not. Search for it with set and grep. Actually, someone already did that. Golga Katani did that like 5 minutes ago. Not the same search, but very similar command. Number 7, Iceblade, you say that export is to make it global, but global is the same as environment variable. So, yep. Global or environment variable, same thing. Bad lesson wording, but it's not bad lesson wording. It says turn mammal into an environment variable. So up until now, mammal was the local variable, and now we export it. To make it global, and global means environment variable. So this is pretty much spot on. We just need to turn it into an environment variable with export, and we're done. If I make a local variable, it is in the environment. Let me show you the beginning of the lesson. Where is the beginning? Um, is it more clear now that environment means global? So still Golga Katani is correct. It's a word play again. Search for mammal with set and grep. Well, you cannot disagree with the I mean, you can point if there is a bug, but if you go to do the LPIC1 test, they will require from you that you do it like we just did. Otherwise, you will not get a point and you will not pass because you disagreed with the test, right? So I'm sure we can agree that something is badly worded, maybe, or something along those lines, or even maybe a bug in the test or something. But you can't tell test that it's wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. We can agree to the certain point how things should be explained or not, but honestly, to me, this is pretty clear. Turn mammal into environment variable. Export mammal. It's pretty clear to me. I don't know what makes it. I don't know what turns you off in that in number 7. For me, it's fine. Let's finish 8. I need to go to sleep. My wife will kill me if we don't go to bed soon. Search for it with set and grep. Come on, this is easy. Set. Okay, I'm gonna solve it. Okay. Search for it with set and grep. Search for it with env and grep. That should be the same. Oops. Yep. Create in 2 consecutive commands an environment variable named bird whose value is penguin. For some reason, it has to be 2 commands. All good? Sorry for taking your chance to reply. Come on, let's finish it. Create, if it's unclear, the number 10, let me know. Set export birding. Uh, first the bird penguin, then export. Can't export bird if it doesn't exist. Create in a single command an environment variable named new bird whose value is yellow-eyed penguin. This is a little bit harder, but still quite easy. Oh shit. I didn't see. Oh, you can export it first and set later. That's good to know. Now, what I just wrote is wrong. Can someone correct me, please? Please. Who is not sleeping except Rootlex? Yes. Assuming you are user 2, create a folder named bin in your home directory. I'm okay with that. Iceblood says, I'm so angry I had to verify my statements to the environment. So, conclusion, I'm correct in reality but wrong on LPIC definition, but anyways, moving. Yes. 13. Type the command. Read in 13. Type the command to add the home bin folder to your path so that it is the first directory bash searches for binaries. Iceblade, you have the opportunity to redeem yourself in the eyes of the great Elpic with the answer to the question 13. Iceblade says path equals tilde bin colon dollar path. No, the slash. Okay, now you got me confused. What does it mean? No, the slash. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Although I'm not sure if the path will accept the tilde. I think we should use the dollar $home here. Path equals dollar slash tilde slash bin and path. Actually, it worked. I figured that it should work fine. I figured that we should use the dollar $home here, but apparently no need. So Iceblade got that good. But maybe in the answers it will be both solutions with path equals tilde slash bin colon dollar path, and the second one being equals dollar home colon dollar path. Oh, sorry, home slash bin. Tilde expanded by shell. I think the answers below will give us both of these solutions. You can just go ahead and specify the full path. Yeah. To guarantee the value of path remains unaltered across reboots, what piece of code in the form of an if statement would you put in profile? Golga Katani says, don't understand 14. To guarantee the value of path remains unaltered across reboots, what piece of code in the form of an if statement would you put in dot profile? I don't think I have that file. Oh, I have. Read only? No. No read only. That won't. I mean, maybe. Actually, yeah. Actually, yes. I thought it was. I thought the question was about something else. I did remember read only, but I thought they are asking something else. Yeah, the command, so the bash script don't. Oh. Yeah, I think Iceblade is correct. We need to set path as read only. In the dot profile. Why shall it change by reboot? That's actually a good question. I thought it could be like to prevent the user from altering it. The way that I'm reading this question is, how do we prevent the user from messing with path after reboots? So on every reboot, we are going to set the path to what the system says, and then we are going to make it read only, and then the user cannot mess with it no matter how many times they reboot. Alex says you may be overthinking it. Maybe if shell is bash, then path is reboot will reset all environment. Of course it will. Reboot will reset all environment variables, but then they will get set again by these scripts that get run on every login. So I'm not really sure what the question is asking. Let me read it again. To guarantee the value of path remains unaltered across reboots, what piece of code in the form of an if statement would you put in dot profile? Like, honestly, I don't understand what they want. I mean, Rootlex has done a nice if statement, but I don't know what they want. We can check in the answers, but before we do that, we have two me neithers at the same time. Yeah. Well, let's. Iceblade says if path is location to file, then path is path. I don't know. 5 minuten. 5 minuten. Explorational exercises that I will put here on the forum in the lesson Sorry about that. New guys, please make an account on forum if you are willing to participate. What is it? The explorational exercises. I will put them here in lesson 2 out of 3, somewhere along here. And in the end, this will look like the previous lesson that we did, which was like some homework. And Iceblade was participating in this. I don't want to go through that again. And there was some talky about that, and I'm gonna minimize this now. You got the link to the forum. Please make an account, and across the week we can talk about it. So explorational, I will skip that for now. That leaves to be a homework. In this lesson, we learned variables are a very important part of the shell environment, and they're used by the shell itself as well by other programs. How to assign a reference variable, how the differences between local and global or environment variables, how to make variables read-only, how to turn a local variable into a global one with the export, how to list all environment variables, how to run a program in a modified environment. That was the part with the when we ran bash after setting the environment inside a script. How to make variables persistent with the help of startup scripts. Okay. Some common environment variables, the meaning of tilde, the basics of if, echo, ls, read-only, set, grep, all that good stuff. Now, answers to guided exercises. Nowhere here do we have 2 yeses, right? So that was definitely about the or thing. Ignore both is the duplicate commands, and those starting with space will not be saved in history. Echo, I think we said containing spaces, not starting with spaces, so that is a small correction here. The home of Carol is home Carol. The Reptilium machine has an X server running, and we are using the second screen of the display. Mail will be checked every minute. History will be saved here. Variables are being set incorrectly under the wrong command. Yes, so okay, a couple of things here. We got this one very much correct. This one with double or single quotes. Okay. Lizard Chameleon, this one also with double or single quotes, but this part was important. That's what Rootlex said. Actually, I thought they would give us this example as the second one because with single quotes it worked just fine. And each one of us knew about escaping, but weird that they didn't mention the single quotes here, but okay. Set the language, print the name. Okay. Reference the environment variable. That's the one. Path to include scripts as the last one. Yeah. set the value of my path to path. Yeah, so that was the wordplay. Local variable mammal gnu good var sub, the value of mammal is $mammal with double quotes. So we got that one right. Turn mammal into an environment variable. No matter how angry Iceblade can be, this is an environment variable. Now search for it with set grep, search for it with env grep, create in 2 commands what we need to be created, and then export. This is what apparently nobody managed to fill in the command that I said was wrong, because I wrote the rightmost part first, and then I was waiting for you guys to say that export is missing, but it is what it is. Okay, the same thing with the single quotes. Assuming you are user 2, I think Iceblade said this, and Rootlex said this. And who said this? Nobody. I think nobody said this with number 3. Type the command to add the bin folder to your path. Okay, so this is what I thought should be. And then Iceblade said this. And I think Rootlex said this. Equally valid. Oh, okay. Now the trick question. To guarantee the value of path remains unaltered across reboots, we want if what is the directory exists. What? I didn't know that 14 is connected to 13. If they wrote the question in the way that we understand that it is a reference to the previous one, then it would be a lot easier. Iceblade, you are incorrect. We are not making a directory. We are just setting the path if the directory exists. That's all. But the thing is, if this directory exists in question 13, that's the part that confused everyone. They didn't say that this is connected. Yeah. Thank you very much for hanging out with me for 5 hours and 1 minute. I'm going to see you next Sunday, and have a good night.